revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, sarvanya over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Parama, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition.
Welcome, dear viewer. So now let's enter into this next segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti. The Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti describes the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon in shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other holding a red lotus. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and she holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. Yes. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. In the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising in Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Dreamkara, billed as Parashakti, living in the 40 triangle, the Kailasa Swami, who is the Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashakti, sitting as Paramashiva and Parameshwari, who rules the worlds, Paramasakti, Manoormani, Meenakshi as Nithyananda. I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Amar, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraj Lakshmi, Parameshwari, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as the three Shaktis, Ichakti and Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight, directing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras. So how can we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi, and the coin is considered the traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. Offer that to Devi after eat the banana, the betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect the coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will conscious behavior. So how can we set up our tambulam? We keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. And offer that to Devi every time you have darshan. Keep it in front of your screen. And you will just see how your relationship with Devi Parashakti grows, how your relationship with Swami grows, and how it deepens your feeling connection with just this one small gesture. So now with this, we'll be entering into the next segment and understanding some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for us at this time. As so many of us have been struggling and suffering during this pandemic, during this Pralaya, Devi Parashakti has been continuously manifesting to guide us and bless us, to heal us at this time. So let us look at some of the guidance, revelations that Devi Parashakti has made for us at this time. Now let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the sacred secrets of Hindu birth. Let us first watch the revelation.
எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுண்டு. அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்கள் இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Let us understand what Devi has revealed mapped into English. Listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Yijam, like this in 4 types of birth, in 84 lakh yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is a human birth. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have the Hindu Dharma Yonijam. That's not the Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, the best, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment, given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma, protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all of their souls. Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be right back with those slides. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth, is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. So as Devi revealed, it is the responsibility of Hindus to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is why we were given this birth, Sanatana Hindu birth. And it is our responsibility to protect it. And even with giving our represents yet the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for peace, vegetarianism, nonviolence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, and manifesting spiritual powers and the inherent divinity of every human being, every being. And the Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. Sorry for the technical glitch. So that Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. So let us now look at some of the references of our great Hindu nations from our Hindu scripture. The Ramarajya, which was the nation ruled by Bhagavan Rama, was described in the Valmiki Ramayana. There were no widows to lament, nor there were any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly, without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. And the Hastinapur kingdom, ruled by Yudhishthira, was described in the Srimad Mahabharata. They was granted rain to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause for fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. And the Hindu nations contributed so much to the world in every single field: enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social, political systems, legal systems, technology, every single field, Hinduism and Hindu nations gave a huge breakthrough to. So let us now understand how our Hindu nations were destroyed. So the first phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization came with the Islamic invasions between 800 and 1700 AD. This was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. And Will Durant has described that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, the forced conversions, the abduction of Hindu women, and the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus, conveyed by Khilji, is also described here. It states, Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must with greatest humility offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. God created Hindus to be slaves for the Mohammedans. The Prophet hath ordained that if Hindus do not accept Sorry for the technical glitch. So we'll be understanding in this segment about the three-phase destruction of the Hindu civilization. As we all know, over the course of 1,000 years, the Hindu civilization has been completely destroyed, such that where we had 56 nations, 56 deshas, we have none now other than Kailasa. And even most recently, Nepal, in the past 2 decades, has also become a so-called secular nation. Let us understand how our Hindu nations were destroyed over the course of 1,000 years with various invasions and destruction of the Hindu civilization. So as we stated, the first phase was the Islamic invasion. This was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. And in Khilji, the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus conveyed by Khilji was described. So the Islamic law prescribed by the Islamic invasion. So the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus the Islamic invasion. So the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus as conveyed by Khilji describes that the Prophet had ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty, as they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. You can see in these descriptions how barbaric, how savage the Islamic invasions were upon India. It was physically brutal and completely destroyed physically the Hindu civilization. And during the Islamic invasions, over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by the Islamic invaders. Over 100,000 temples were destroyed, and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. And it is described that the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flagged them with thongs of raw hide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted prisoners into obsequious Turks. So over the course of the Islamic invasion, millions and millions of Hindus were slaughtered at the brutal hands of the invaders. The next phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the British occupation. This was not as physically brutal, but it destroyed the very backbone of India, what Hindus were built on, the Gurukul system. And this was between 1700 and 1947 AD. This was the economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization. So despite the British occupation not being as physically brutal, it caused so much of the British exploited the Hindus and completely annihilated the economy and the psychology of Hindus. Wildebrand has described that I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. So you can see in this one of the most brutal famines in history, the Bengal famine, which was an artificial famine imposed by the British. And during the British occupation, the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. This included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority engineering artificial famines to starve natives into submission, annexing the Hindu kingdom to undermine native rule, mistranslating the Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, and destroying the indigenous Gurukul education system, which was, again, the backbone of India, and destroying the local industries and forcing importation of British goods, and finally banning Indians from owning or producing their own firearms. And over the course of the British occupation, the British looted $45 trillion from India, and over 45 million Hindus were put to death due to artificial famine and imposed poverty, and over 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And Shashi Tharoor of the Indian Parliament has described the British came to one of the richest countries of the world. Over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction have reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And the third phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the secularization of India. This happened after the British left India and India became an independent nation, and was between 1947 and current day. This has been ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies towards Hindus. And Nehru, who was the first Prime Minister of India, has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic. And B.R. Ambedkar, the first law minister and principal architect of the Indian Constitution, has described that if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. So you can see both of these are two of the most important leaders in the free nation, the free India, and yet they had clearly a very anti-Hindu agenda, despite it being a secular nation. And you can see that the ecosystem environment after the invasions and, of course, the secularization of India has become completely anti-Hindu. And the modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. This includes through the Indian Constitution establishing government control over taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and other institutions, while other religions are free from this interference. And Articles 26 through 30 of the Indian Constitution discriminates against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits. This includes government benefits and scholarships. And Hindu kingdoms and self-governance has been completely abolished. Anti-superstition laws passed to criminalize Hindu practices, and mainstream Indian academia describes Hindus as passed to criminalize Hindu practices, and mainstream Indian academia describes Hindus as sexist. Mainstream Indian academia have described Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors, and the media narratives also portray the same in Bollywood and TV. And media narratives have been used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. The Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt sex fiends in a manner that is similar to imperial propaganda. The media narratives are used to shape human consciousness and further political agenda. The racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, dishonest, and corrupt are perpetuated by their brown British successors in modern day India, completely unabated. And you can see some of the examples of how Hindus are portrayed in mainstream media. So now let us look at the revival of the Hindu nation. So the supreme concept of Hinduism has a vision for the Hindu civilization, and he describes, during the time of the Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all of the 56. The last one to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing and aspiring Hindus, a safe haven for all persecuted Hindus. So what is Kailasa? This revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving this whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all the offerings of Hindu Dharma has and sharing it with the whole world is the purpose of this Kailasa, the Hindu nation. And as Devi Parashakti is described, it is the responsibility of Hindus to protect Hindu Dharma, and it is only through the revival of Kailasa when this truly happen. Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as per Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamas, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scripture. Hinduism represents the most persecuted, being one of the most persecuted civilizations. Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through our history books. What can we do to stand up for Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? What can we do to protect Sanatana Dharma, to take the responsibility that we have committed to when we have been given this birth of Hindu birth? Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? What can we do to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and all the great gifts it has to offer to the world? Sorry for the technical glitch. Go back to the previous slide. We can go back to the previous slide, please. Sorry for the glitch. So we can go back to the previous slide. Go back to the previous slide, please. So Hindus all over the world need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for our successful life. Hindus are among the richest and most successful ethnic communities in the world. It is the Hindu scriptures, the Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters that are responsible for this. Our Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And for example, in the Hindustan Times, it's been reported that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US, according to Pew Study report. We can continue. Next slide, please. So let us all reclaim our Hindu identity. It is not just the anti-Hindu elements being active, it is the responsible Hindus being inactive that is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take the responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. As Devi revealed, we were given this Hindu birth because we have taken up the responsibility. We've committed to protect Hinduism. So let us understand what is the responsibility. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus out there, those who are born Hindus, practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Please come and be a part of this revival of Kailasa, the only Hindu civilization, the only Hindu nation. So you can sign up to become a part of Kailasa by visiting kailasa.org and signing up to be an e-citizen of Kailasa. Be a part of this revival. Be a part of standing up for Hinduism and take responsibility for the commitments that you have given to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So now let us watch a short video on what the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed about Kailasa and the need for Kailasa.
contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism, I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing these whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than one cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university, to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution.
Now that we've understood why we need Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, you can go ahead and sign up to become an e-citizen of Kailasa and become a part of this revival, become a part of protecting Sanatana Dharma, as Devi reveals, that is the responsibility that we have been given when we have taken this new birth. Now, with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the next segment, the offering segment. So, in this segment, we'll be understanding how we can offer our love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti for manifesting in our lives. As we all know, Devi has been continuously guiding us and blessing us, has been continuously with us during this pandemic, during this Kalaya. So if you want to offer your love and devotion to Devi Parashakti, you are most welcome to stay for this next segment and understand how you can offer your love and gratitude to the Divine Cosmic Mother.
Nithyananda, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about the various offerings to Devi Parashakti, the traditional offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today. Nithyananda, we apologize for the technical glitch. Now we'll be moving into the segment where we'll be learning about the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti. And in the Hindu tradition, it is customary to prepare ourselves to receive the darshan of the divine, of Guru. When we go to a temple, we always make a token offering of our gratitude, love and devotion to open ourselves to receiving the best from the divine, to receive the showering of the auspicious blessings from the divine. And this tradition of offering is a pure gift of love, devotion and oneness. And when the divine accepts one offers, the offering becomes complete. The offerings are not made out of fear or greed. And when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela, laid out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So let us look at the various traditional offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti today. And as we get ready to make our traditional offerings, let us also contemplate on the beauty and splendor of Devi Parashakti as described in the Dhyana Shloka. This Dhyana Shloka is from Moola Agama Manonmani Dhyana. It describes Devi. Indu nibhaveda karavahinayanam syat pankajavaraabhaya japakshara sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. The translation of this verse: wing-like face holding Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing in blessing hands, in one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse describes Devi Parashakti. This verse says, ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. Translation of this verse: it says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon, and holding the Veda lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, the divine element of gold is used in abundance in all of our rituals and worship and offerings to the divine. So let us look at the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, this verse from the Atharva Veda, which describes the significance of the divine element of gold. And this verse says, Tredhajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnerekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapatata apamekam vedasam veta ahutatte hiranyam trividastrai vishe. The translation for this verse: triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One that called the seed of virtues and powerful Apada watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears it and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the scriptures in the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas, In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. And let us now look at the various traditional offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And Devi Parashakti is described as Bhakti Priya, the one who is fond of true devotion. So any offering that we make to offer to Devi with our love and devotion, she blesses and showers her compassion and grace on us at all times. So the first offering is the E-Hundi offering, which is similar to the Hundi offerings in any temple. When we visit the temple for the darshan of the divine, we offer our total gratitude in the Hundi. Similarly, you can make the E-Hundi offerings in multiple currencies and any amount as you would wish to offer. And this verse describes Devi's love for true devotion. Let us look at this verse. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. The translation for this verse. It says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives. When thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship then becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati herself. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. The Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees, and you can offer your gratitude, your kanika to Devi Parashakti through the E-Hundi offerings and be blessed with the grace and compassion of Devi Parashakti in your lives. So you can make the offering of the E-Hundi on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting. And this verse from Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34, describes Devi Parashakti. It says, Tayai tanmogyate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chittaja vijanam tushtat prutham prayaschati. The translation of this verse, it says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And you can make the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, and be blessed with the fusion of all the desires and wishes that you yearn for. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasa. Devi is described as the one who likes the repetition of her various names, as she's described as Nama Parayana Prita in Lalita Sahasranama, and this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin, inscribed with each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu inscribed with each of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and be blessed to imbibe the very divine qualities, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti herself, as described through her various sacred names. So you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin, insert each of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations, and you can offer any number of coins as you would wish to offer. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. Devi is described in various verses as the one who is adorned with pearls and jewels. Let us look at this one verse which describes Devi Parashakti's beauty, that she is adorned with pearls and jewels. This verse says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram punendu vakra prabham Shinjannupura kinkini manidharam padma prabhabhasuram Sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunya varam nidhin. The translation of this verse: I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And we can make this offering of the pearl finger ring and receive the blessings to be showered with the compassion and pure love of Devi Parashakti in all of your business endeavors. So you can make this offering of the Mukta, the gold finger ring with pearl, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/save us, and you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. And in the Kamika Agama, this verse describes one of the many significance of the lotus flower in the rituals and worship of the divine in the Hindu tradition. So let us look at this verse from the Kamika Agama. It says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbhavarana samyutam सर्वे ससूत्र वस्त्राध्या हेम पंकजभूषिताः सपिदनस्य पुरच्चश्च पक्व बिल्वफल प्रभा स्नपनध्याय सम्मानेन समन्विताः. The translation of this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references in the tradition to using the lotus in the worship of Paramashivoham. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, involving the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the tradition. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, one who is about to bloom. And you can make this offering of the gold lotus in any of the 3 different sizes as you would wish to offer, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mekti, the gold touring. And this verse from Saundarya Lahari describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti's sacred lotus feet. Nakadhiditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation for this verse, it says, "You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too." And you can make this offering of the Swarna Mekti, the gold touring to Devi Parashakti, to adorn her sacred lotus feet and to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. So you can make this offering of the Swarna Mekti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhi, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. It is she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can make this offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, to Devi Parashakti, and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. This is the traditional offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. And in this verse from Saundarya Lahari, this verse describes the grace of Devi Parashakti, the grace of bowing down to Devi Parashakti's feet. It says, "The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet defeat the lotus in beauty." And it further states, "The nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi, their tamoguna, the tamas which is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees, is removed by constantly prostrating before Devi, and they attain the ultimate knowledge." So you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, Nijavatara, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhana, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth, which blesses the devotee with the continued protection and blessings during all phases of life. You can make this offering of the Vastra Seva and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhana, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can make this offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here's a summary of the various offerings that can be made to Devi Parashakti today, the traditional offerings that can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The first offering is the e-Hindi offerings, which can be made in any amount and in multiple currencies. The next we have the Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of the conscious resolution. We also have the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and offer as many coins as you wish to offer. Would be the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and this offering can be made in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Mekti, the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. This offering can be made on the website also. The Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry, which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. And the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. All of these offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And let us now look at the website where we can make all of these traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today. So here you can see the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make all of your traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti by clicking on the links on step 2 for the e-Hindi or for the offering of the traditional ornaments and sevas. And if you would like to make an intention to make an offering and would like to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti, to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on step 1. And once you've made your traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti, you can also fill out the Sankalpa details for yourself and your family members. So, Sankalpa is the conscious resolution that you make along with your names and the names of your family members. So, you can fill out the details of the Sankalpa in the form on step 3. So here we have the e-Hindi offerings, which can be offered in multiple currencies: US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, euros, Indian rupees, Singaporean dollars, Malaysian ringgits, Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. And the next we have the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti, where you can make the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, which is the pure gold coin inscribed with the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This offering can be made in 3 different denominations and any number of coins. The Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the gold lotus flower, which can also be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Mekti, which is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mantika, which is the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the traditional and ritualistic offering of gratitude from the disciple to Guru. In the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. All of these traditional offerings and sevas and any other traditional offerings and sevas that you wish to offer can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And with that, now we'll continue with the next segments of this program, where we'll be learning more about Devi Parashakti and the various facilities being made available to all of the disciples, to all of the devotees and to humanity at large, for the well-being of the whole of humanity during these times of pandemic, as guided by the Supreme Pontiff himself, and these various facilities being made available at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. So let us now get ready for the next segments and prepare ourselves to receive the darshan and blessings of Devi Parashakti.
Thank you, Maamrita.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this segment of the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, which are now our Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. And let us understand, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya-dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment today concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions for global peace and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, some glimpses, why temple-based ecosystems UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. Join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers if you are in India. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some of the statistics and the current news. In Australia, record high cases amid the third wave of COVID-19, and Australia reported that the new record number of coronavirus cases when the country continues to battle the third wave of COVID-19 infections. The World Health Organization makes a big statement about the Delta variant of COVID-19. The World Health Organization recently said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the three other variants of concern that now represent tiny fraction of the samples which are being sequenced. Less than 1% of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It's really predominantly Delta around the world. COVID-19 has killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19. This 1918 to 19 flu infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% of with Americans with 675,000 deaths. COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did, and it is declared as US deadliest pandemic ever. And Axios and Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. People infected with the variant, alpha variant, exhales 100 times more virus into the air than original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. Washington, the physical distancing of 2 meters, about 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors. According to a study, the result published in the journal Sustainable Cities and Society suggests that the physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exhaled aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. COVID-19 variant Delta, still the most concerning, says the World Health Organization's experts. In US, COVID is nowhere under control, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide a booster shot of vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. Research in the Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across US, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. The COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities January to April 2021, these incidences related to the pandemic increased and making the world less peaceful, according to the World Economic Forum. And the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and depressive disorder, what it was in 6 months period in 2019 from January to June was 11%, and now just 1 month of the beginning of this year in January 2021, it rose up to 41.1%. And some more statistics confirming the same, that the younger younger adults are reporting symptoms of anxiety and depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. And the more than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. And of the health workers who treated patients during the China's outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. Self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers before the COVID-19 pandemic, and now it rose up to, during the pandemic, 40.7%. And the anxiety in pregnant women and new mothers was 29% before the COVID-19 pandemic. Now it rose up to 72% during the COVID-19 pandemic. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situation. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. And in India, Mumbai Mayor says the third wave is already here. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. According to a study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant, the study jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. The new COVID-19 variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. Now that we have seen some of the statistics and the related effects on not just the physical health fatalities, but the mental health and leading to the global peace, affecting the global peace. So how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of continuous lockdown is resulting in delusional ignorance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives and carry them through this crisis. If you're in India, join the COVID Care Protection Center. Across the world, across the India, various adhinams are converted into COVID Care Protection Centers. https://kailasa.org/kailasa-care. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible. If we start now, making peace with the nature is possible only if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip on making peace with the nature is possible. The World Health Organization's on Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal, grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust, and around the health emergency concerns, affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions on peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to peace, tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile situations require concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks on the General Assembly special sessions in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by the common threat, regardless of the nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions towards the global peace. Vedic civilization beautifully says, Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pushyati, sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona vigugupshate. Verse from Isha Upanishad, global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village or whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. And the global peace surely is the byproduct of the individual bliss. So how do we achieve that individual peace? By the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes, given various solutions on practicing completion, practicing unclutching, and various other solutions. And now, in his own voice, let us listen some of these to get the individual peace, which leads to the global peace.
Can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts. Even with the nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. Money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others. Burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people signs of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people, each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with these signs. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be a better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be a better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be a better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the signs of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful signs. Does so much to human beings, their relationships, even in this inner space. So much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. Today the inner awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with inner awakening, we are also lagging behind the syllabus. Actually, it is a good news, it's not a bad news, because participants are so sincere. They are going through the whole process so intensely, sincerely. Because of that, we are little delayed, but today I am going to catch up. Today I am going to spend more time. And
Now let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that the self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was the same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there.
If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things, enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is not going, no revolution in 1,000 years. 3,000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no evolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Sri Kailash is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. In the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness, is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti based Shakti, peace based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra. Starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom in Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa.
Now, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, every prayer in Hinduism begins with the peace and ends with peace.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years. How many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility to anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is responsibility of Hindus. we living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living, practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have
to join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers if you are in India. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see some more of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions and various solutions, various spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions to the situation across the, it is so many solutions, so many are available wherever you are, you can make available these. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very grassroots, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, social, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social, emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivoham program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 5 billion minutes so far, Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all via 24/7. Helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves and learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation, initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities, courtyard sessions. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities, continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, that is free food, in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai, Los Angeles, and various other adhinams. Paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks. offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural hit calamities victims, Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Society was created with delusional ideas of too many human beings, blind spots, and decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that nature, Prakriti, resets itself, and many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya, which is happening, is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone, and let us celebrate God. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solution for COVID-19. This isolation, which is seemingly endless with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwell upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual cognitions and powerful solutions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep healing connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to protect people. Now, all the spiritual solutions are online, free, available to one and all. Let us take few minutes now to share with as many as people possible to help people, to save people from this pandemic, the stress that they are going through. Let us give them the experience of unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, jnana yajna, and save people from pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, destruction, and delusion. To help people to have super consciousness breakthrough and sail this pralaya. People from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing this unclutching meditation 24/7, 7 days a week. It started from 13th May 2020, and at any given point of time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. If you would like to join this moment, you can join at http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. Again, http://kailasa, kailasa.tv/minutes number 4 peace, MINUTES minutes number 4 peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, and the cognitions rooted in the highest truths. The lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teaching, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aim to reduce crime globally by conducting mass the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. The scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of a community practiced meditation, pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditation and rituals. In total count, the total count comes out to be a staggering 400 minutes of meditation so far. About 5,000 devotees, you can see the glimpses here, have gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in United States, Los Angeles, since 2007. The Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California. The second Confluence for Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, VAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted a large-scale collective meditations on September 25th, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. One of the greatest contributions that the Supreme Pontiff is contributing continuously is initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute to the best thing to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as hall beginners of peace and empowerment for the human society fraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, that is, spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailas, Varanasi, Angkor, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. The food systems hold key to ending world hunger according to the United Nations Environmental Program. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations has noted a dramatic increase in the world hunger According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 108 million people towards diets with the diversity of plant-based food, low amounts of animal source. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has served over 5 billion organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the references from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastic campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, and a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. You can see some of the glimpses where the participants of COVID care program facilities are enjoying healthy, blissful spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, daily puja, temple sevas, kara sevas, and celebrating festivals. Join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa. Sorry for the technical glitch. On various occasions, Devi Parashakti revealed the importance and significance of joining the COVID care centers, especially Adi Kailas. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that taking the soil of Adi Kailas and mixing it with the water of Navapashana Linga of Vaidyasarovar and applying it, all pains will vanish, breaking the attachment to body. It will make you enlightened. Goodness is there. I told you, go to Adi Kailas. So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its door to all without exception. The various COVID care centers are Adi Kailas, Vidadi, Bangalore, Salem, Tirunamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam, Srirangapadi, Madurai, Avatipalam, Huzur, all are from Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat, Sripuram Adinam from Hyderabad, and Puduvai Adinam from Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID care centers open across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below. https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. With this, we are going to move on to the next part of our segment of our program after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda. And welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva and getting ready for the live darshan of Dayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. So let us understand what is the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. And Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself has beautifully explained. Manifest the super-conscious experience of the Shiva Sayujya Samadhi through the darshan of Idayanar Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva and get ready for the rare and unique powerful initiation into God equation to make the human beings into multiverse species by Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Let us now watch this video where Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself has revealed this happening of the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan.
Shave, shave, shave. Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, in the Gandha. You will experience my existence, Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless uncountable by any visualized assumed mathematics. Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated. I am the space.
Bhagavan Sundareshwara beautifully revealed in this darshan. He said, I will manifest the physics of my existence. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, the countless, uncountable by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated, I space. And let us now look at some of the existing conditions of our world today. According to the United Nations, a new scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warns that we are on a crash course towards catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise. The window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is rapidly closing, and the message is clear: we must take action now. And with every half degree Celsius increase in global warming, we see how the world is headed towards a bigger catastrophe. With extreme weather, the risk of global warming by 2 degrees Celsius could lead to a 170% increase in flood risk, 180 and 18% of insects, 16% of plants, and 8% of vertebrates will be affected by the increase of 2 degrees Celsius in the global warming. The water availability, 410 million urban residents exposed to severe drought by 2100. And ice-free summers in the Arctic at least once in every 10 years is estimated. And 28% of the world's population, or about 2 billion people, will be exposed to extreme heat waves at least once every 20 years. And 49 million people will be impacted by sea level rise of 56 centimeters by 2100. And oceans, there are lower risks to marine biodiversity, ecosystems, and the ecological functions and services at global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to 2 degrees Celsius. With 2 degrees Celsius increase in global warming, virtually all coral reefs would be lost by the year 2100. And the economic costs of this global warming it is projected that we'll have lower economic growth at 2 degrees Celsius than at 1.5 degrees Celsius for many countries, particularly the low-income countries. And for every half degree of warming will consistently lead to lower yields and lower nutritional content in tropical regions. So we see the various risks of global warming with every half degree Celsius increase in the global warming. The risks are multifold. And let us now watch a video from the United Nations which describes the state of our world today.
In 2019, fire was spreading throughout our planet, quite literally, in places like Australia and the Amazon basin, where forest blazes supercharged by climate change wreaked havoc. In other places, mass protests flared up, fueled by a combination of job insecurity, growing inequalities, and discontent with the current economic, social, and environmental status quo. The economy has slowed down globally, stifled by trade tensions and political uncertainty. Growth we have had has failed to reach those who need it the most. Progress towards higher living standards has stalled for many countries and vulnerable groups of people. This has only deepened inequalities which were already growing in many countries, spurred on by automation, climate change, and other global trends.
And here are some of the pictures of the condition of our world today. And according to the World Health Organization, the total cases globally for COVID-19 is over 221 million to date. Healthline.com states that new COVID cases have risen to more than 150,000 per day in the United States. And experts have warned that with emerging variants, it could lead to another surge in cases. And it is during this time of crisis that Bhagavan Sundareshwara has come down to earth with such extreme compassion for humanity. He states, "O bound souls, listen intensely. Your impossibility and irresponsibility made you surrender yourself to the delusion. Cognize the ultimate truth. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. The moment you remember me, call me, I'm here for you." And Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the greatest and unique manifestation of Paramashiva as a complete manifestation. He assumes physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants, plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes without even a reason, just for fun. Sometimes they manifest as Meenakshi and Sundareshwara as two bodies, one being, sometimes as both in one body. That's the reason all his manifestation and plays are called Tiruvilayadal, Leela. And due to his causeless and limitless compassion, Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru is manifesting in all his glory as Purnavatara through this being, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam as Nijavatara. And from the Shuddhadvaita Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi space, Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru will be manifesting, and through the supreme manifestation, Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru will be darshan, blessed and shower boons as Leela. And Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down again in the form of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Swamiji, just to continue his legacy and Leela. To continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers and continuing the legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai, Shamala Pita Sarvagnya Pita, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. And today, during the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan, when you witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, your neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And as an effect of the mirroring neurons, all the powerful cognitions and powers of Bhagavan Sundareshwara are mirrored in you. So what is the God equation Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva has revealed? Exhale intensely whatever you have, Paramashiva will inhale in you. This is the God equation. Nothing is more powerful than power manifestation science. It is the most exciting spiritual science. When you decide to manifest powers again and again and again, you know Paramashiva is within you and he is manifesting. You fall in love with Paramashiva every minute. If he manifests, you know he is real and he is manifesting. Even if you don't manifest what you declared, you will manifest the jnana and vijnana, the knowledge and understanding. Possibilities and powers of Paramashiva will manifest in all of you now. And let us now understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is giving us this beautiful and powerful science of the power manifestation and leading humanity to a superconscious breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagya Pita. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, the Tande Mandaladina. He is the incumbent emperor of Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajyam. He is the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvanyapitam. And he is also the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order. Here you can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, the Tande Mandaladina. And here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsha Suranga, various rituals, performing the various rituals and consecration of the deities in the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated and the celebrations of the coronation as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsha Suranga Samrajya. Here are a few pictures of the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of the Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvanyapitam, being coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom, at the age of 34 in the year 2012, And you can also see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism assuming the responsibilities as the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Madurai, Shamalapita Sarvadhyapita. And here you can see a few more pictures of the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, being honored and revered during the Kumbh Mela by all the leaders, the Mandaleshwars, the Mahamandaleshwars, and the various leaders of the Akhadas in Kumbh Mela. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head of all spiritual leaders of Atal Akada, the ancient epic body of Hinduism. He is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Madhyamam. He is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders and pontiffs. And here you can see a few more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with leaders of the Akhada and with his Balasansan Nithyananda Gurukul and his initiated sannyasis. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read and watched. He has authored over 300 books and over 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read and downloaded. Over 10,000 hours of discourses have been uploaded in the YouTube channel. He has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally. He is respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, reviver of the 108 ancient Hindu Sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Ravis, Sannyasis, establisher of the largest Hindu university, the Kailasas Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in over 150 countries, establisher of the 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvadhyapithas, collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And here you can see a depiction of the various spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasa, which have been established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So he has established over 22 Hindu universities, 186 extended campuses of the Nithyananda Hindu University, 242 Nithyananda Gurukuls, and 22 Nithyananda Jnanalayas, the libraries, 38 temple monastery complexes, 2,175 Paramashivoham shakas, 1,898 youth centers, 19 kingdoms or Sarvagyapitas, 25 e-Kailasas, 1,898 ASP centers, 120 temples, 5,334 healing centers, 22 food banks, 12 animal shelters, 34 satsang temples, 418 paduka mandirs, and 2,175 satsang centers. And all of these spiritual embassies of Kailasa have been established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in just the past few decades. And here is a pictorial depiction of the peace walks of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which have covered over 100,000 kilometers and have gifted the science of spiritual healing to over 2 million human settlement thus far. So this picture represents the peace walks, the Padayatras from the year 2000 onwards, and the Padayatra in the year 2000, which covered over 15,000 kilometers. The World Tour Yatra, which covered over 4,000 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra, which covered more than 5,060 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra again in 2005, which covered over 7,000 kilometers. The Kodikanda Yatra, which covered 960 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra which covered 6,000 kilometers. The Cambodia Yatra, which covered over 1,000 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra, which covered 6,000 kilometers. And the Kodikanda Yatra again, which covered 960 kilometers. And another Himalaya Yatra, which covered over 5,608 kilometers. And the Himalaya Yatra in 2010, which covered over 4,580 kilometers. The Tiruvannamalai Yatra, which covered 300 kilometers. The Kailash Yatra, which covered over 600 kilometers. The India Tour Yatra, which covered over 5,000 kilometers. The Bali Yatra, which covered over 1,000 kilometers, and many more. And the Vijaya Yatra, 300 kilometers. So the various Padayatras, the peace walks undertaken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, which have covered over 100,000 kilometers thus far, and gifted this science of spiritual healing to more than 2 million human settlement. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described Bhagavan Sundareshwara, Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashivoham is the manifestation of the beauty of cosmos in flesh and bones. Irenar Sundareshwara is the embodiment of super consciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashivoham as the complete manifestation of Paramashiva assumes the physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants as his divine manifestation. He plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes without even a reason. Sundareshwara Paramashivoham is the greatest, unique and complete manifestation of Paramashiva. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of super consciousness playing with all his glory. He came down as the most handsome form to marry Devi Meenakshi and administer the city of Madurai. The kingdom of Madurai, known as the oldest Hindu papal state and enlightenment ecosystem, which was established by Paramashiva. The kingdom of Madurai was later revived by Lord Sundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who, as they And to ensure that this tradition continues and continues to elevate humanity for millennia, they enthroned their direct representatives and their divine energies in the form of the continuing lineage of living masters, the Guru Mahasannidhanams, with the responsibility to train and groom the kings in administration, constitution, and governance, acting as regents. They also performed the spiritual initiations on the kings and the citizens of the kingdom, imparting the enlightenment science to them. This verse describes the Guru Parampara, the tradition of the lineage of living masters. It says, Guru Paramparayatam Adrishtam Sarvavadibihi Bhavabandha Vimokshatham Paramam Sarvatomukham. And it is described that the supreme discipline of Adishaiva tradition has been coming down through the continuous lineage of the Guru disciple, the Adishaiva Guru Parampara, from time immemorial. This has been formulated for the attainment of the complete liberation from the repeated phenomenon of birth and death. And this is supreme in its kind and concerned with the ultimate benefit of all the souls. And here you can see the pictures of Devi Meenakshi, Bhagwan Sundareshwara, and Tiruvijnana Sambandar, who are the Devi Meenakshi and Lord Bhagwan Sundareshwara, who were the first who established the Kailash on Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, and Tiruvijnana Sambandar, their direct representative. And also the pictures of the 288th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Srila Shri Arumuga Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, the 289th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Rao Bahadur Shri Swaminatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, the 290th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Shri Swaminatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and the 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Shri Somasundara Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal. And now, Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam's rare and sacred lineage of pontiffs has been systematically carried over in an unbroken progression from the ages, with chosen emissaries of Lord Paramashiva and Devi, the Guru Mahasannidhanams, the pontiffs of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, are the direct representatives of the cosmos. And we have here a picture of the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Shri Arunagirinath Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal. And now the present 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Bhagwan Srila Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal. On the 27th of April 2012, Srila Shri Nithyananda Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal was formally appointed as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, and is the lawful successor, descendant, and inheritor, invested with all the powers, duties, obligations to perform the rituals, spiritual, religious, and customary rites vested in the Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, has been reviving its spiritual, linguistic epicenters to its original glory. And let us now watch a video of the history of the Kailaswanatha Shamalapita Sarvagnipitam, Madurai Adinam, the world's oldest Hindu establishment.
The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality.
Nithyananda. We apologize for the technical glitch. Let us now continue to watch the video of the history of Kailasvanatha Shamala Peter Satvagnya Peter, the Madurai Avinam, the world's oldest Hindu establishment.
The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality. Historians trace Madurai's existence back to the 3rd century BC. Inhabited cities of the world. Legend says that Madurai was established by the cosmic mother herself, who incarnated as Princess Meenakshi, daughter of the pious king Malayadwaja Pandya, an able queen and a fearless warrior. Meenakshi expanded her empire right up to Kailash in current China. But when she came face to face with the Lord of Kailash, Shiva himself, she recognized him as her eternal consort and dropped her arms to become Shiva's companion for life.
Along with Shiva, also known as Sundareshwara or the beautiful Lord, Meenakshi reigned over her kingdom for a glorious 166 years.
In course of time, with the rise of Jainism as a religious force, Madurai too fell to its powerful influence, and Shaivism all but vanished from the sacred kingdom where Shiva himself had once walked the earth. The renaissance of Shaivism in Madurai was the sacred task of a child incarnation, Tirunjana Sambandar, one of the 4 visionary saints of Shaiva Siddhanta tradition. The story goes that as a baby, Tirunjana Sambandar was once nourished by the milk of enlightenment from the cosmic mother herself. This child prodigy arrived in Madurai to effortlessly defeat the learned Jain monk. The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality. Historians trace Madurai's existence back to the 3rd century BC, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities of the world. Legend says that Madurai was established by the cosmic mother herself, who incarnated as Princess Meenakshi, daughter of the pious king Malayadwaja Pandya, an able queen and a fearless warrior. Meenakshi expanded her empire right up to Kailash in current China. But when she came face to face with Kailash, Shiva himself, she recognized him as her eternal consort and dropped her arms to become Shiva's companion for life.
Along with Shiva, Ishwara or the beautiful Lord, Meenakshi reigned over her kingdom for a glorious 166 years.
In course of time, with the rise of
We apologize for the technical glitch. We'll continue to watch this video on the Madurai Adinam, the history of Madurai Adinam, the world's oldest Hindu establishment.
Jain monks with his wisdom, healing powers, and spiritual prowess, and restored Madurai to her beloved religion, Shaivism, by reviving the ancient Madurai Adinam and the Meenakshi temple, which had fallen to desolate ruin. Madurai Adinam is today the world's oldest living Hindu organization, with a recorded history alone spanning a glorious 1,500 years and an unbroken lineage of illustrious pontiffs to this very day. Over the centuries, Madurai Adinam has been patronized by the likes of Tipu Sultan, Robert Nobili, and the poet saint Vallalar. The pontiff of the Madurai Adinam is known by the title Guru Mahasannidhanam and inherits the responsibility of carrying forward the traditions of Tirunjana Sambandar's sacred work.
On 27th April 2012, a new era began in the history of Madurai Adinam. The 292nd Pontiff, Sri Lashri Arunagirinatha Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal, guided by intuition and inducement by Lord Shiva, coronated a charismatic young saint as the 293rd Pontiff of the Madurai Adinam.
An accomplished yogi, a pragmatic social visionary, and an adept in mystical sciences. His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is revered as a divine incarnation by millions worldwide. Within weeks of his ascent to the sacred throne, he brought about sweeping changes to the Adinam, including the renovation of the ancient monastery, Annadan, free food for thousands every day, free medical camps, yoga classes, scriptural study, spiritual healing, and meditation programs. The traditional Adinam now has a website, and thousands participate in the morning worship and spiritual talks via live streaming and two-way video conferencing. Vast properties belonging to the Adinam are being reclaimed from illegal encroachment. Its numerous temples are being restored to sanctity. Basic amenities, education, and medical care being provided for all. His Holiness dreams of an authentic Vedic Renaissance for which India has already waited to
We will fulfill all the responsibilities of Madurai Adinam, make Hindu tradition, Saiva tradition alive, revived, lived, celebrated all over the world.
With a brand new pontiff at its helm, Madurai Adinam promises to be more than just another traditional monastery. As a whole generation to spirituality for answers, the changes at Madurai Adinam mirror the changing role of spiritual organizations today as power centers and guiding forces, forging the enlightened government of the new world.
And today, for all of humanity, billions of people on planet Earth, we are the most blessed people. For us, Sundareshwara is not a history, he is a happening. Sundareshwara Paramashiva has himself come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Swamiji, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, to revive Hinduism and to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers and continuing the legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai, Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. And it is described in the Shiva Leelarnava that Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine Leelas, and each action of the divine, the energy becomes an independent entity, and if you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand, Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, faithfulness. And now, let us look at the Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever. Sundareshwara Paramashiva's Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever, also known as the Pandyanikku Juram Tirtha Kadal. And here you can see the pictorial depiction of the various Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara, the 64 divine Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara as documented. And in the Tiruvilayadal Puranam, which is a collection of 64 16th century Shaivite devotional epic stories by Paranjyoti Muniva, it describes the action of Bhagavan Paramashiva on earth in a number of disguises to test his devotees, and so each of Sundareshwara's dimensions are recorded as his one Leela. In the Vedic tradition, we have 64 different arts. Each leader, a complete being, has to master the 64 arts, and in that even horse riding is one, astrology, horse riding, the mastery in medicine, the mastery in surgery, the mastery in painting, the mastery of dance. Each Leela of Sundareshwara proves his mastery on each art. There was never ever such an amazing imagination or visualization of the ultimate without reducing its Ananta Kalyana Gunas into the human level. And in this video, Swami, the Shiva Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara, and this video is also uploaded to youtube.com/nithyananda.tv. So we request each one of you to watch this video where Swamiji beautifully describes the Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. And let us now also look at the Nayanmars, the Shaiva saints. So who are the Nayanmars? The Nayanars or the Nayanmars were a group of 63 saints living in Tamil Nadu during the 3rd to the 8th century CE who were devoted to Paramashiva. The list of Nayanmars was initially compiled by Sundarar or Sundaramurti Nayanar. In his poem Tirutondatogai, he sings in 11 verses the names of the Nayanar saints up to Karaikal Ammayar and refers to himself as the servant of servants. The list goes into the detail of the lives of the saints, which were described in detail in works such as Devaram. And as described in the Shiva Leelarnava, Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine Leelas. Each action the divine performs the energy becomes an independent entity, and if you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand, Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness, and the best way to connect with Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva is through Leela Dhyana. Today, let us meditate on the 62nd Leela from the Shiva Leela Arnava, Pandyanakku Jwaram Tirtha Padanam, the Leela of healing the Pandya king's fever. And the verses from the Shiva Leela Arnava describe this incident, this Leela. It says, in the clan of the Arimarthana Pandya king, a king who was known for his magnanimity due to his widespread fame, was born with a hunchback. Hence, people called him as Poon Pandyan, the Pandya king with the hunchback. And though the king Poon Pandyan took birth in the Pandya clan, which had deep devotion for Paramashiva, due to the ill effect of his long association with Samana, the people who used misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence, he had not only fallen in their trap but had received the initiation too. What to do? It is difficult to revert from the association with the wicked people. And in a clan consisting of great devotees of Paramashiva, which was quite sincere and integrated in observing the truths revealed in Vedas and performing the duties prescribed in the Vedas without any hindrance, a boy named Jnana Sambandar was born. Goddess Parvati herself protected the child by feeding her breast milk, who was once struggling without his biological mother. And after this incident, people addressed the child as Jnana Sambandhan or Jnana Puranan, as the child got enlightened in the early child by the grace of Goddess Parvati. The child, who was the pride of the Brahmin community, was the reincarnation of Lord Muruga, and during childhood itself, he learnt all the scriptures and keeping the Upanishads, the Hindu scriptures which reveal the underlying truths, as the testimony, he clearly explained the supremacy of Bhagavan Paramashiva. And Jnana Sambandar, being the embodiment of tattvas like sacred ash, Rudraksha, the Shadakshara mantra, Sharavana Bhava of Lord Muruga, was considered an enlightened being, and some people worshipped him as a result of their good deeds in past births and won over the evil attacks of the Kali Yuga. And while the king Poon Pandya's clan was surrounded by the harmful darkness of ignorance due to the preaching of the Samana Acharyas, the queen and the minister remained deeply devoted to Paramashiva, who adorned his matted locks with the crescent moon. Both the queen and the minister, who had incomparable and deep devotion at the lotus feet of Jnana Sambandar, explained to him about the position of the king and tried to save the king, who was drowned in the heat of the dilapidated well, which is the deep ignorance. And once King Pandyan was attacked by extremely high fever and was struggling, and all the efforts taken by the Samana Acharyas of the king to heal the king were unsuccessful. At that time, for the sake of the king's health, the queen herself very much pleaded with Jnana Sambandha, the enlightened master. The enlightened master Jnana Sambandha, while entering the king's palace, remembered the form of Lord Shiva, who always remains cool due to the oozing out of the nectar from the crescent moon, adorning his crown, and meditated Aham, I am Shiva, in his inner space for a moment and looked at the king who was affected by the heat of the high fever. He showered his grace on the king through his eyes. Saint Jnana Samandar, who was established in the state of enlightenment which is beyond all the rules and regulations of the ashrama dharma, the duties of the four stages of life as per Sanatana Dharma, smeared the sacred ash on the forehead of the king as a result of the good deeds performed by the king in his previous births. He also applied the sacred ash on the chest of the king with his right hand, which had worshipped the divine lotus feet of Bhagwan Paramashiva. And while applying the sacred ash, Jnana Sambandar also sang the divine and healing verse, Irunitripadikam. On receiving the sacred touch of the divine hands of Jnana Sambandar, which is described in the Rudram, the Vedic chant of Bhagwan Paramashiva, as the most auspicious, the most holy, and the healing of three worlds, the king got rid of the high fever instantly. And as the heat existing in the stomach, which was spreading all over the body, the king was suffering. When the king got rid of that suffering, he became very happy. The queen too became happy about the complete healing of the king. She rejoiced that not only the physical heat of the king got healed, but the religious heat of the Samadha. The people who used misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence was also put off in the king's life. The physical heat which got removed from the king's body by the graceful eyes of Jnana Sambandar got doubly evolved in the hearts of the Jain monks. And 80,000 Jain monks were living in the 8 mountains all over the earth. They were adept in many various forms of pranayama. When they got defeated by Jnana Sambandar, while curing the physical illness of the king, the wandering devotee of Lord Shiva, they decided to win over him by debating with him. Hence, all of them gathered in Madurai. Jnana Sambandar was an expert in various fields like Vyakarana, Mimamsha, Tarka, and was well versed in the philosophies of Upanishads. The moment the Jain monks approached him to start their debate, they got stuck mentally and became speechless. Vedic religion is proved categorically right by the justifications of the philosophies like Mimamsha Shastra and is well established by the enquiries of the Tarka Shastra. Leaving aside all the valuable justifications, the Jain monks wanted to win over Jnana Sambandar just by their mere faith. Yes, and as we continue to understand the story, the Poon, which means the bent bank in Tamil, the Poon Pandyan, the great king who had conquered the Chera and the Chola kings, married Mangayar Karasi, the daughter of the Cholan. Pandyan was deeply involved in the Jain religion and spoke low of Shaiva traditions. Mangayar Karasi, a great lady, a woman of stature of the sage, was a Shaivite, and during this period, people belonging to the Jain sect, the Samana Madam in Tamil, entered into Madurai and settled down there, and King Nedumaran, the Jain sect, he announced an order that all his citizens should follow the Jain sect. This gave a shock to his wife, but they did not have the courage to talk to him on this matter talk to the king on this matter, and people were afraid to come to the Meenakshi temple. The Queen Mangayar Karasi decided to pray to Bhagwan Sundareshwarar and talk to him on this worst state of affairs. She took the minister Kulachirayar along with her to the temple and prayed to Paramashiva. At that moment, a Brahmin came inside the shrine. The Brahmin saluted the king and said, "O Queen, I am residing in the Chola country. I am on my visit to various divine places and I came here thinking of worshipping Bhagwan Sundareshwarar of Madurai. I inquired with the people here as to why no one is there in this temple. I became sad on hearing that the citizens are following the Jain sect and hence no one is visiting this temple." The queen immediately wrote a letter and said, "O Brahmin, somehow or the other, please hand this over to Jnana Sambandar. Ask him to visit Madurai." The Brahmin, who came to know that Jnana Sambandar is staying at Vedaranyam, which is Tirumarai Kadu, he went there. And immediately after reading the manuscript, Jnana Sambandar decided to visit Madurai. Tirunavukkarasar said to him, "Oh Lord, you may not be knowing the Jains. I, the one who was affected by them, know about Jainism. Further, the planetary positions are not conducive for journey. Please start on an auspicious day." And to this, Jnana Sambandar replied to him, "O Lord, we are the slaves of Paramashiva. When Paramashiva is there behind us, what can these planets do?" And then he immediately sang the song, "Veyuru Tholi Pangan, Vidamunda Kandan, Nalla Veenai Tadavi." And even today, those who feel that they will be affected by the adverse positions of planets in their birth chart sing this song. And without bothering about the planetary positions, Jnana Sambandar immediately left for Madurai. Mangayar Karasi felt very happy on the arrival of Jnana Sambandar. The Jains got angry and decided to burn the house to kill Jnana Sambandar. Jnana Sambandar got infuriated and he immediately sang a collection of songs, the Padikam, beginning with the lines, "Cheyanne Thiru Alavai Meviya." Jnana Sambandar then went to see the Pandya king. On hearing this, the Jains told the king, "Oh king, this Sambandar will not be able to cure this disease. We will cure it now in just 5 minutes." The king shouted, "Oh Jains, just remain aloof. Let Sambandar alone give me the treatment." Sambandar said, "I do not want any other thing. Just bring some ash from the kitchen of the temple." The ash was brought. Then Jnana Sambandar, making the king understand that your consciousness does not need to shrink because everything is going to become ash. Listen, but your consciousness is beyond anything you see, and initiating him into this tattva of life and giving the sacred ash as a prasada. When the tattva, the principle, started spreading and expanding in Pandyan's consciousness, the shrinking body stood up. The hunchback was cured and he expanded and became Nindusir Nedumaran Nayanar. And today, Bhagwan Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down as the supreme fount of Hinduism. So let us now get ready to receive the Sayujya Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva, and let us learn more about the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan as we get ready to receive the darshan and blessings of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Now, let us get ready for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan, Bhagavan Sundareshwara, and let us understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time, rather, darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through the meditation on the avatar. And during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has elaborately explained the science of mirroring neurons, and we invite each one of you to watch this video on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Nithyananda. And please watch this video where Swamiji has elaborately explained the science of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. That is, our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon modern science is just discovering and terms as quantum tunneling. Our thoughts per second reduce significantly. Our thoughts per second reduce significantly and we relax into the space beyond thoughtlessness, becoming mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond reality. We and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So let us understand further the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And Bhagavan Krishna has also described the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. When Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. And after due consideration, I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika." And Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva consciousness. Paramashiva, the consciousness, the formless, expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form or the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, Devi Meenakshi. And Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses the being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Avatara, the physical form of Bhagavan Krishna. The Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. The avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. And when we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nija Avatara, manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. And during Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. And even without much effort from our side, our very biomemory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness during Bhava Samadhi Darshan. To have a glimpse of having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. Gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels, the physical, psychological, and ultimately conscious level. Darshan meditation as a preparation helps us to fall into the space of gratitude, and it is during that time we drop the conscious resolutions, the Satya Sankalpa need in our life, and be ready to reflect on the consciousness of Paramashiva. That is all that you need to manifest the best for your life and the lives of people around you. And let us understand the right context to receive the darshan. Hold on to this understanding, this context, that I know you are the source of everything. Paramashiva, you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and you are in this body also. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. So now, let us get ready to receive the live darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Get ready with the Panchopachara Puja items, and as we receive the darshan of Bhagavan Paramashiva, let us prepare to receive the live Sayujya Samadhi darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. You can keep ready a sandalwood paste, a powder, flowers, incense, naivedyam, food offering, and let us prepare for the darshan.
Nithyananda. We welcome back all the viewers, and now as all of us are setting up our Panchopachara Puja kit for getting ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, We will all now be entering into the Paramashivoham mantra as part of our preparation to receive the darshan, the diksha, the initiation from Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself. The Paramashivoham mantra has been blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a diksha, initiation that transmits the energy, experience, and extraordinary shaktis in the form of mantras. Just like how an avatar births himself and transmits his shaktis and energy through just by a look through the Nayana Diksha, or just like how an avatar initiates by a touch the Sparsha Diksha, similarly, an avatar births himself as mantra and transmits his energy, experience, shaktis, and powers to the devotees in the form of mantras. And that is the Paramashivoham mantra. And anyone to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep restful awareness, that person is bestowed with health and well-being, wealth, abundance and prosperity, love and fulfilling relationships, enormous growth and success in business, job and finances, a blissful life manifests, in a complete and a fulfilled life manifest without any types of doshas, sins, evil eyes, or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy, and a blissful life. Sorry for the technical glitch. With the grace and blessings of Kailasa's Department of Human Services and Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, today we are offering the Paramashivoham mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one of you with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you will be offering the Paramashivoham mantra prayer service wherein our Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu on behalf of each and every one of you for the healing of health issues, for the healing of psychological stress and anxiety, for you to be healed out of all your addictions, for you to move out of depression, move out of your pain patterns, improve career, for you to heal relationships with spouse, family, and profession, for you to have breakthrough in wealth dimension, for all those, all the children who are orphaned during the pandemic to be protected, for the Atma Shanti of each and every being that is affected due to the natural calamities like the floods and tsunamis, earthquakes, and forest fires that's happening all across the globe, and for the healing and protection of all those who are affected due to the pandemic, warfare, and man-made calamities, for protection from lost wages and income, for solution to any problem, breakthrough in creativity, increase inspiration, increase energy and vitality, for each and every one of you to experience a complete fulfillment and healing from all your insecurities, for you to have protection from direct or indirect effects of the pandemic, for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in you, healing from any genetic or inherited disorder, experience of completion in muscle memory and biomemory. And we also offer our prayers to Sundareshwara Parameshwara Paramburu for him to manifest and bless each and every one of you, answer your prayers and manifest the dreams in your life, for him to shower his grace, blessings, and protection, the powerful cognitions and powers in you, for you to have a completely protected, safe life, for you to manifest a future that you want, that you will. And for each and every one of us to experience the intense Guru Bhakti in our inner space and have the feeling connection towards Nija Avatara, the embodied form of Irena Sundareshwara Parameshwara Parampuru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that is all the winter, the Paramashivoham mantra. Please sit straight, the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And we'll be giving a pause during the Dhyana mantra, the gap, for all of you to chant your respective names and names of your near and dear ones. You can chant the names of male and female bodies separately in the respective pauses, so that the benefits of what the mantra is being chanted for directly reaches you and those names that you chant. Now let's enter into the Paramashivoham mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one whose embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is a silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond any emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. When you make a conscious resolution from the avatar, the power of Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality. Om Mamopata Samasta Dhritakshaya Dwara Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya, who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses, who is the Lord of the cosmos, Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhavanugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya, the one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, cultivation, and liberation, Adi Madhyantaraitasya Prameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya, the one who is a beginning, middle, and end, the one who is immeasurable, Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahadantrakya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamagaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidadasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nithya Niranjana Gramaya Nirvikara Akhanda Visheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Sarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Prityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararte Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinshati Tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambo Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Khande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsarana Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarna Devam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharata Varsha, the Indian subcontinent called Bharata Khanda, in the southern side of the Mount Meru, in the Shaka era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years of which is the practice of which Prabhupada is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious day, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment, Adi Kailase, Kalpavrikshasya Daha, Nithyananda Nagare, Smrita Smritana, Muktigayake, Mahakshetre. Now we request all the participants, will you offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else? If you are offering for a male, kindly chant all the male names now. Namadheyasya. Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you're offering for a female, kindly chant the female names now. Namnyaha cha yajamana namavayoho sahakutumbanam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham. For all those who are participants who send me with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone, सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वमङ्गलवाप्त्यर्थं उत्तरोत्तरः चिन्नः स्थिरलक्ष्मी प्राप्त्यर्थं.
Always let there be all types of good and awesomeness.
Always
let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity and wealth.
कुटुम्बे सर्वेषां सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं चिन्तितमनोरथावाप्त्यर्थं. Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness. Anything which is fulfilled be, anything which is desired be fulfilled.
समेषामाधिव्याधिनिवृत्त्यर्थं समेषां शिरादिपादपर्यन्तं विद्यमानानां समेषु अङ्गेषु जनितजनिष्यमान सकलविध नानाविध रोगाणां व्यपोहार्थं तद्वारा रोगदृढगात्रवपुसिद्ध्यर्थं. Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body starting from head till toe which has occurred or which is yet to occur in various parts of the body be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome and graceful body be obtained. Samesham paraikatrbhishcha kritakarishямana sakala vidha mantra tantra yantra विषचूर्ण अभिचार स्तंभन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मांत्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षण प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थं. Let the protection be obtained from all evil effects of acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing pills for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting, eluding health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc. अपमृत्यु दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं काल मृत्यु अकाल मृत्यु दुर्मृत्यु निवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the doshas or ill effects related to death like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. समेषाम् अंतर्दृष्टि बहिर्दृष्टि क्रूर दृष्टि व्यापार दृष्टि अनुकूल दृष्टि प्रतिकूल दृष्टि इत्यादि सकलविध दृष्ट दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty, filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well wishers, and effects of evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed. समेषाम् अंतःशत्रु बहिःशत्रु क्रूर शत्रु व्यापार शत्रु अनुकूल शत्रु प्रतिकूल शत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रु बाधा निवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fears enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, enemies who work against our well-being be removed. समेषाम् मातृशापादि सकलविध शापानां व्यपोहार्थं. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. अनादि अविद्यावासनया प्रवर्तमाने अस्मिन् महति संसार चक्रे विचित्राभिः कर्मगतिभिः विचित्रासु योनिषु पुनः पुनः अनेकधा जनित्वा. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. केनापि पुण्यकर्म विशेषेण भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य अपरिमितया कृपया इदानीन्तन मनुष्य जन्म प्राप्तवताम्. Yet due to some good action with the extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesham iha janmani purva janmani janma janmantareshu sarvaihi kritanam shiva ninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartam shiva parada devya parada guru parada dosha vyapohartam. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or any of the births be removed. Any kinds of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed. Brahma Hatya, Surapana, Swarnasteya, Guru Talpagamana, Tatsansargakya, Panchamahapatakadi, Samasta Papa Vetiriktartham. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahman, drinking prohibited, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the other mentioned sins be removed. अपि च सर्वै बाल्ये वयसि कौमारे यौवने वार्धक्ये च. Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person, Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Avasthasu. Let all the karmic effects of action done in the dream, wakeful, and deep sleep state, Karmendriya, Jnanendriya, Vyaparaihi, Sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done through the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs and jnanendriyas, that is the five organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin.
Rahasyakratanam, Prakashakritanam, Atipatakanam, Upapatakanam, Sankalikarananam, Malikarananam, Apadrikarananam, Jati Bramshakanam, Prakinitanam, Evam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidhanam, Sarvesham, Papanam, Sadhyaha. Let the sins which are done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins,
Minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, unjustifiable sins, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. Apanodana dwara samasta mangala praptyartam Shiva bhakti, Devi bhakti, Guru bhakti siddhyartam, Paramashivatva, Paramashiva-sthiti, Paramashiva-shakti siddhyartam. Let the sins which were through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all auspiciousness. Let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state space powers of Paramashiva be obtained. Kutumbe sarvada sanmangala praptyartam anyonya prema vividhyartam purnanatva siddhyartam sarva panivrityartam. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed.
Shiprarogya-vaptyartam, Ayur-bhividhyartam, Purnatva-siddhyartam, Sarva-panivrityartam.
Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed.
Vyapare udyoge cha sarvajana vashikaranartam tadvara unnato natasthana praptyartam.
Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position.
Bahudana saukya praptyartam griha kanaka pashuputra pautra dhanadanya saukya praptyartam.
Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various be well showered upon in the form of fowl, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to worldly life.
Adityadinam navanam grahanam dosha pida nivaranartam Adityadinam navanam grahanam anukulyata siddhyartam.
Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all the 9 planets. Bhumyantarikshe vidyamana bhuta preta pishacha rakshasa brahma rakshasa
Vetala Kushmanda
Dakini Shakini Ityadi Sarvarishta Nivaranartam. Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, Ghost, Kushmanda, class of demon,
Dakini, little devil, Shakini, kind of female demon be removed.
Manovyakulata Nivaranartam. Let the mental confusion and worry be removed.
Prarabdhe karmani karishyamane karmani adidaivika adibhautika adhyatmika vigna nivaranartam.
Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions that are not going to be done relating to God, world, and spirituality. Samasarana Nivaranartam, Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Saubhagya Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Veera Lakshmi, Vijay Lakshmi, Ityadi Ashtalakshmi, Paripurna Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartam. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhana Lakshmi, wealth,
Dhanya Lakshmi, food and grain, Santana Lakshmi, offspring, Saubhagya Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi, bravery,
Veera Lakshmi,
success be showered upon. Pariksha Sunnadasthane Vijaya Praptyartam Sarva Vidya Parangata Siddhyartam Medha Shakti Grana Shakti Abhivridyartam.
Let the top rank be obtained in the examination. Let all the excellence be acquired in the fields of knowledge. Let the memory, power, understanding, ability be increased.
Ityadi Sakalavinda Sanmangalani Guru Kripa Katakshena Praptyartam. By the grace of the ruler, let all the auspicious be showered upon. Shri Kailaso Nadadvada Shanta Shyamala Pita Ruda, the one who ascended at Madhurayadinam.
Shamala Peeta, and the Peetam established by Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Shamala Devi, which is the supreme place of Kailasa, where Parameshwara resides and rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa.
Shri
Meenakshi
Meenakshi
Sundareshwara
Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashivoputra Ratna Kumara.
The one who was no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Paramashiva, the young boy. Gurumanya Tulyavatara, Shri Parvati, Sanyapana Labda Divya Jnana Vishrita Sakala Nigama Kamasaru Putta Dravida Veda Pravartre, the young boy who is a gem among gurus and unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the breast milk, the author of famous Dravida Veda, it's the essence of all Vedas and Agamas, Srimad Parameshwara Karuna Samadikata Bhuktame Chatrashayana Dhiyamana Chatra Chamara, Shri Chinna Kahalari Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Jnana Chakravarti, the one adorned by quadrangular palanquin made of pearl, received by the grace of Parameshwara, adorned by musical instruments, umbrella, chamber, the sacred symbols of worship, etc. Adorned by the hands of praises, the one who has won the whole world by his enlightenment and the science of enlightenment and has been accepted by all kings, the supreme ruler. Sarvajana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalabake Sari, the shower of Videha Mukti and immutable state of enlightenment immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people.
The one who creates bliss, protecting leader, the roaring lion and trumpeting young elephant, father religions.
Shaiva Siddhanta
Stapana Charya Shri Raja Diraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Parashakti Adi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Shana Narhara Jyochedana Purvaka Srimad Rishvadvaja Stapaka Shaiva Samaya Katre, the Acharya who established Shaiva Siddhanta, the Raja Guru of the Pandya king, who is the supreme king of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya king, the supreme king of all kings,
the enlightening sun that removes uttered darkness of delusion.
the one who installed the Rishabha flag, the creator and reviver of Shaivism,
Sarvajna Pita Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara
Manikya Vachaka Swamina,
Avatar Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Puradrita Shamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavasitra Dishtama Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who is the ruler of Sarvajna Pita, the seat of omniscience, O the avatar of such attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Apna Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami, O the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pitama Samastana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, O the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhana, Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvajna Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogishwara. Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi, Kailasa Sarvajna Pita, Traisam Chaluttara Dishtama Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi, Kailasa Sarvajna Pita, has 233rd pontiff in the lineage of Kailasa. Nityosava Nityamangala Nityakalyan Tirajita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre, the creator of the Nithyananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita, is eternally celebrating the auspicious festival having the attractive energy of enriching Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samadbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasvata Manuksha Karichandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadana Vachinna Sarvabhaum Chakrati Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samraja Mudha Vishikta Chuda Mani Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punarudhrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara.
The 1008 Shri Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Pita, established by Bhagavan Parameshwara himself and revived by Sage Kapila, Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Simhasana Abhishekta Samasaranayaka Mahaganapati Samarambha Navachita Pita Dishwara Guru Parampara Tadala Pita Ashtottara Sahasratam Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atala Pita Dishwara. The 1008 Shri Atala Pita Dishwara, an unbroken lineage of starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of the Ganas and who was coronated by Bhagavan Parameshwara himself. Dharma Mukti Sarga Puraswarna Pita Trayo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana, the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Sarga Puraswarna Pita. Kailasa Parampara Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru, the Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvajna Pita in the lineage of Kailasa. Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Vargya Satchidananda Pranavaswarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Srimad Jagat Guru Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham, who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis and Parivrajakas, the embodiment of pure truth consciousness and bliss, the embodiment of sacred cerebral Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one who is establishing the super consciousness,
Tesham Padarvindayoh Siddhyartam Kshemasthairia Virya Vijaya Airarogya Aishwaryanam Viruddhyartam Dharmartha Kama Moksha Survida Palapurushartha Siddhyartam Namaso Sudritopashantyartam समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजा प्रार्थना करिष्ये। ओम आनंद गंधनिलयाय नमः। ओम भवरोग भेषजाय नमः। ओम कल्पतरवे नमः। ओम पशुपतये नमः। ओम पाशविमोचकाय नमः। ईप्सितफलदायकाय नमः। भाग्यवृत्ति परिवर्तकाय नमः। आधिर्व्याधि विनाशकाय नमः। ओम समस्त कल्याण गुणान्विताय नमः। ओम बुद्धिपुरीशाय नमः। ओम कैलासपतये नमः। ओम शिवशक्त्यैक्य स्वरूपाय नमः। ओम ह्रीं नित्यानंदाय नमः। ओम हां हौं शिवाय नमः। ओम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। ओम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिने नमः। ओम नित्यानंदम। In this same space of meditation, please straight line. Connect to your inner Sundareshwara Parameshwara Paramburu. Let us all get ready to receive the darshan of your inner Sundareshwara Paramburu. Now, before entering into meditation, let's all take a few minutes and chant the Shiva Puranam and learn its meaning. Shiva Puranam is a beautiful composition by Bhagavan Manikavachagar, one of the great incarnations, and a beautiful saint who spread Shaivism, who revived Shaivism, and who was an ardent devotee of Bhagavan Paramashivoham. And in his compositions, the Manivasagam and his Tamil compositions, the Shiva Puranam is a part of it, and it's a very, very, very beautiful chant which is sung out of devotion. Namachivaya Varga Nadantal Varga இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீகாதாந்தாள் வாழ்க. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க நாதந்தாள் வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்கா குருவைதந்தாள் வாழ்க ஆகமம் ஆகி நின்ற அன்னிப்பாந்தாள் வாழ்க. ஏகன் அநேகன் இறைவன் அடி வாழ்க வேகம் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேந்தன் அடி வெல்க. ஏகன் அநேகன் இறைவன் அடி வாழ்க வேகம் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேந்தன் அடி வெல்க.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.